Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Today we're going to start a new match. Yeah, we're starting a brand new match, guys. Actually, there's one more thing we need to do. I don't know. Hold on. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ah, damn it. Hey. Where is the Earth's atmosphere? Oh no, this is Earth. This is Earth, my friend. Good morning, by the way. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, there's something we need to do. And I think it looks a little bit like this. Alright. Morning Tweaky, morning Digital, I mean Kerbin in the game. It'd be 6 a.m. It is currently 9:18 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hey, Tweaky, or I mean Digital. Sorry, I was looking at your name, Tweak, and thinking of Digital. I'm gonna have to make my 5th coffee. Make it a triple. Look at this. Look at the planet in the background and tell me what planet that is. I'll wait a second. 7 a.m. here. What? Look, I live right here. Ooh, this is where it's 9:15. That is not Kerbin, my friend. It is Earth. We're playing on Earth now. We don't play on Kerbin. I forgot my other Apollo's Aerospace Science and Space Exploration Systems. There we go. What should we do? I like this one for this. We're starting a new playthrough. Yesterday, we started dabbling in RP1. They need spacesuits. And today, we're going to start a fresh playthrough, and we're going to see how far we can get. The day is 1951. It is 1951 now. No more cell phones. Luke, good morning. Dude, you guys, check this out. I'm basically an RP1 master now. I spent a whole bunch of time yesterday off stream messing up our other playthrough. That's the reason we're starting a new one. In order to figure out everything that I was doing wrong yesterday. So, first things first. Oh. Yep, already starting to screw up. First things first is we need early rocket development. Now, this is our money. We're going to do normal instead of fast. Because we're still, you know, yes, we're RP1 masters. Your birthday's in 18 days. My bad. 100 kilometers. So we need to accept this. We're not going to activate another program yet because I haven't figured out explain science. Then we go to mission control. We go to RP1. Whoop. We accept this. And why not? We'll accept that. Alright. Now, check this out. We need to do this. No, hold on. I practiced this. Nope, it's not this one. Manager. This one. No. This one. And we need to go here. And we need to hire. So, what this is this is our staffing. So we can't just hire Kerbals in the administrative building anymore. We have to hire them here. This is how many applicants we have. This 20 applicants. So we're going to split the difference here. And we're going to hire 10 engineers. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we're going to hire 10 researchers. We're going to split the difference there. That'll make sense here in just a minute. Next, we need to go and get some science moving. Now, I think it would be smarter to do this one. So that used up our 2 starter science. But now our researchers are going to be busy researching that science. So next, we need a rocket. Yes, remember to hit like and subscribe. I put more hours than I'm willing to admit in figuring this out. I find it interesting that the Kármán line is 100 kilometers while the ISS is orbiting around 400 kilometers. Oh yes, needed to tell you, Apollo, the reason you can't find the Delta V is that, the RP1 removes it, but watch, we figured it out. So, watch this. Where is my McJeb? Which one is that? That's KOS. Is it this one? No, that's the RCS build aid. Where's good old McJebby Jeb? Which one is McJeb? Well, that's odd. McJeb should be right here. Hold on. Let's... Oh, McJeb is right here. I was just not looking up far enough. So now if I turn this on, now watch this. Put this here. Now, the first one, I really wanted to use the Aerobee, but the Russian 1250 is stronger. Now, you're going to be like, but Apollo, there's no delta V stats right there. Well, that, my silly little billies, is because there's no fuel in the tank. So, if we go here and configure the tank, cylinder, yes, high pressure fuselage, and fill for... There's our delta V stat right there. We have 1,332 meters per second inside the atmosphere. Now, you might be thinking, are we gonna build a Sputnik? Not yet. We're still a few years away from a Sputnik. Because the fuel type doesn't match. See, Luke's ahead of the curve. Yeah. It took me a while to figure that out. I had to watch some Mike Aben. I had to go step by step with Mike Aben. Now, the other thing Mike Aben did that I thought was pretty smart was he used this biological sample, because you use this later. So what I'm gonna do is open this up and sort of match it to that size. We don't need that yet, but that tells us how big of a diameter we want for our rocket. Oops. If I could hit shift instead of cap locks. And that's pretty nice there. I mean, it's a little... There we go. I guess I could do this and say it's 376 millimeters. Whoops. .376. Beautiful. I'm surprised Mike Aben hasn't sent a crew into orbit yet. It takes a long time to get crewed flights into orbit, but in all honesty, I think he could. No, maybe not. I think the problem is I don't think his rockets are strong enough yet. He's almost there, legitimately. Now, next order of business is we need to click here and click here. And then for this, we need to type in... Let's pick an arbitrary number of 50. It's a pretty arbitrary number at this point. But this... Oh, I already clicked on that. We don't want this to be a cylinder. We want it to be a smooth cone. And then bottom. And then top. There we go. And then put that to 376, was it? Look at that. Now we need it to be very pointy. Very pointy. Nobody take you seriously if your rocket's not pointy. Yeah, he's on his 57th stream of RP1. Holy crap, I did not know he had that many. I've been watching it as he puts it out. Now, I'm gonna just do a 5-meter rocket. See? Look at that. We've been live for 10 minutes and we have a rocket. We have respectable delta V numbers. We have a minute and 8 seconds of flight time. Sorry, I got distracted by shiny things. Let's close McJeb. Now, the next thing we need is we need some finnage. Not to be confused with finish. Alright, now. Turn that off. Let's see. I found a design that I really liked. Oops. And I think it worked okay. J. Alright. Alright. Now thickness at the tip. We want to make that incredibly tiny. 0.010. And then thickness at the root. Maybe a little bit like that. And then, is it this one? No. 1, 2. This one. Look at that. Isn't that neat? I know what we can name this craft. Name it, Tweaky. The Dart. Alright. The Dart. Mark 1. Alright. Yes, they will be heavy, but yes, they will be heavy, but it's important that we have a little bit of counterballast because all of our batteries in science are going to be on the nose, making it incredibly nose heavy. Let's do 30 now. Apply and preserve dimensions. Close that. Now, what am I thinking? We need science! Of course we need science. We need science. And then that is here. We need a barometer and a thermometer. And then we need to put these into waiting mode. Look at this, RP1 masters. All of us, everybody here's more. We don't even have solar panels yet, Luke. But there will be solar panels in the future. Alright, so we have a 1 minute and 8 seconds worth of burn time. What is this complaining about? Unused. What? I don't know what you're talking about. There's no unused resources. Alright. What am I thinking and what am I forgetting? We have batteries, we have fins, we have engine. Let's... what docking clamps? Let's see... I did find some that I really liked. I just don't remember which one it was now. No, that's not that one. Some of these are ridiculously large. Yep, I tried to use it. You know, I hate to just copy a guy, but when something works, it just works. There we go. What about igniters? It kind of looks like Starship's metallic color. Yes, and we're going to change that here in a minute. Yes, we did, and I don't know how to fix that. No, it doesn't really matter. It just takes up a lot of space on the screen. Like, this I like because I can just see everything and I'm there. And in all honesty, on the practice playthrough that I was doing last night and early this morning, I just used the static launch devices from original KSP, but that's no fun. But yes, I have still been having the problem where this launch device flies with the rocket, and I don't know why that's happening. But we're going to save it, and we're going to do a simulate. All right. So we're going to go Z here. Alright, everything looks good. Let's see what she does. Yeah, see? It still lifts. I don't know why it does that. Yeah, for real, inbuilt landing legs. But look at her fly. Isn't she beautiful? Now, we want to keep an eye on this right here. I need to make sure we have enough electric charge. But look at it, straight as an arrow. Look at that apoapsis. Climb. Climb, baby, climb. Yes, San, we are built... because it's acting as a decoupler. Maybe place the detached stage. If you do the 10 hours down to 25 minutes, nice. Yes. And the other thing is look at this. Beautiful, sweet, glorious science. Science. And we're going to change the color up here in a minute. Right after we bomb Florida. Look at that. So close to that 100K mark. So close. We have 2 minutes of electricity remaining. No, it's not real science yet, Tweaky. What we need to do is compare how much flight time we have with how much electricity we have. Because I'm thinking we should up the electricity a teensy-weensy bit. Because remember, we only put a super arbitrary amount of electricity in. And now we're falling. So let's see if the electricity lasts until the science, until it gets below 40K. Because it doesn't do science. So the way RP1 works is that there is no science below 40K. There's no surface science on Earth. There's no flight science. You can do contracts for stuff below 40K, but there's no you can't just harvest science from around the KSC like you would on stock Kerbal. But we're down to 50 seconds, so as long as we hit 40K before that runs out, we are in the gold zone. What was our mean time between failures? Yeah, we did that really well. So 10 seconds. I think we have... honestly, I don't think we should change anything. Now, the reason... Yeah, I love that radio chatter now. The reason we don't, when you learned that monitor, God, how I'm jealous that I'm stuck with console. Tweaky, I was there with you for over 400 hours. I've been dreaming of playing this for a year and a half now. Since I first watched somebody play it, I was like, that is the Kerbal that I want to play. Alright. Resume flight, close, and revert to editor. Now, the reason we don't put these on the same stage, I'm going to show you why. We're going to do another simulation. So, in real life, as in RP1, this rocket engine needs to spool up. So, watch what happens when we put them on the same stage. We're going to hit Z, and we're going to ignite. Yeah, I guess it does work better on the same stage for this. But I don't like how it drops down first. That's always really sketchy to me. I mean, you can do min-miss mun, early plus maneuver, easily plus maneuvers and control. It's easy too. Yeah, console is harder. Console is harder than just stock KSP. So if you took stock KSP on PC and stock KSP on console, and you compared them side by side, stock KSP on console is harder than the PC. Alright, now, next thing's next. We need... Alright, let's get rid of this. Which one is it? This one? Get rid of that. I wish I could get rid of this. Let's close that. And... this one. Can I close that? I think I can. What button is it? This one. Alright. Groovy. So. I want a bright, shiny red. Can I get it to be brighter? Oh yeah, I can. There we go. And then I want this to be gold. I don't know where that actually colored, but this one and gold. Oh, okay. Oh my god, stop opening that. If I wanted it open, I would open it. There we go. Now, this one. Opening, recolor. Now, this one needs to be the same red. Metallic, specular. And then I'm gonna do this one gold, and this one gold. Look at it! Ain't that pretty dang awesome? I gotta go for now. See ya, Sand. Thanks for dropping in. By the way, don't forget to hit the like button. Does that make me a KSP expert? I can build a space station inclined orbit on console. Like, heavily inclined. Tweaky, have a look at Apollo's God Zion. Yeah, no, so the way I kind of explain it is if you can do everything on console relatively easily, then you can do it on PC even easier. So don't let PC players say, oh, PC is the greatest thing ever. And it's like, yeah, PC is fun for stuff like this. It really is. But it is harder to play on console. So I would say that if you can do... There's KSP masters out there that can't do anything on console. They can't do the same things that you do. So don't let them tell you that you're not a KSP master. Alright, save. Alright, now that we have our rocket, which, by the way, the color scheme comes from Iron Man. I did this color scheme on mine, and I was just like, oh, it is beautiful. Now, the one thing I don't know is I can't remember how to put words and letters on there. That's launch clamps. I know there's a way to do it, but I cannot remember for the life of me how to do it. Is it here? No. I should have probably practiced that this morning too. I guess that's okay. We can just go without stuff on the side for now. That is it. We have a finished rocket ready to fly, painted hot rod red, and Iron Man gold. So now what we need to do is come here, add to plans. We'll do that. Acknowledged. Okay. Next thing we need to do is tooling. Tooling. I can't remember how to do the tooling. Alright, before we do tooling, I thought it was like right here. Tool right here. Purchase tooling. Purchase tooling. And I don't think there's a tooling for this. Alright, so there's no tooling for that. Okay. Now, we need a launch complex. So we have launch complex 1. What is our tonnage on this? 0.75. I mean, I'd like to see this at like 5. But then that makes the minimum tonnage 3. So we're just going to leave this at 1 for now. We'll just leave all this the same, and we'll call it the DLC, the Dart Launch Complex. That's our DLC. And so we're going to build that. Alright, so we have it in the plans. Okay. So, close this, save this. Chat. I did 15 MUN landings and set a space station in low orbit MUN, plus I sent 4 telescopes below Kerbal orbit. Apollo knows it, talked about it, and I did 3 Minmus landings. Does that make me an expert? Well, it depends. Have you done any other operations like Duna, Eve, Moho? Because I would say that if you could do any landing and any challenge of that nature, then I would agree completely. Yes. Gotta go. Alright, see you later, San. In all the hours of KSP, still haven't done anything with mining. Yeah, I did once, I guess. The problem is how tedious it is. Because it would be, you know what, we need daylight. This is bugging me. Dang it. There we go. Got some daylight. Alright. I need this button? No. This button. So this is going to be done in January 29th of 1951. So let's just do this. We're going to warp to that. Integration. Okay, so now, plans. Dart Mark 1. Modify. Oh! Okay, this button. So, staff. Engineers. DART complex. Yes, all 10 engineers are at the DART complex. Okay. So, plans. Construction. Alright. We are building our rocket now. So, the next thing I need to do... That's 4% complete. That's going to be done in 1952. Let's just warp to completion. There's nothing else we can do right now. Alright. So now we need to do a rollout. And we're just going to warp to completion of that. And let's launch. We're going to launch! Yes, Shedzy. I see English very good. But we are at it once again. Look at what we have built, Shedzy. Look at this gorgeous thing. We're basically RP1 masters right now. There's nothing we can't do. Still don't know how to use robotics after was trying to make one of them gravity rotation. That is tricky to do. On the problem with that, lunch. We're going to launch our lunch. That's what we're going to do. So the problem with that, Tweaky, is that the robotics on console are really twitchy. They're very twitchy. So don't think that you're don't think that. Oh wait, we already have those Delta V stats out. We need. Where's my thingy? This, and this, and this. All right, we need all of the thingies. All right, let's count it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Wait. Yep. Yep. Checking everything. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Our first Iron Man dart. Red, it does make it go faster. And gold stops the ice buildup from happening. Because Iron Man said so, and he wouldn't lie to me. Go, baby, go. Flying almost perfectly straight. Come on, keep climbing, girl. Go, baby, go. We have 25 seconds of burn time remaining. Mean time between failures is 6 minutes. Come on. Come on. Come on, hit 60K. Yes, we have 60. Keep going. 70. Keep going. We have flame out. Repeat, we have flame out. All right. We are now running our science. Man, that electrical charge, that dropped quick. I need to double check that. That's not enough. Oh no, that's okay. We're still going to get something for it. If we're going to do from Iron Man next rocket is Jericho. You are absolutely right. Add flames and it'll go light speed. Whoa, Shedzy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're not trying to break the sound barrier. Actually, yeah, we are. We're not trying to break the light barrier. Actually, that would be pretty cool. I can't come up with a negative to this. I see no downside. That's because there is no downside. Alright, we're approaching 1 minute on our electrical charge. But we've already gathered 1.1 science from the available experiments running. The range safety button is the avionics window in case you didn't find it. Yes, I did eventually find it. Yeah, I had a lot of problems with rotating objects on console version. It's not for the weak. It's not for the faint of heart. And unfortunately, we're not going to have enough electricity to finish all of the science, but we did complete, I think, the majority of our contracts. The only contract we haven't completed yet is to reach 100K. And we are out of electricity, which is sad because we have a lot of science left that we could have been getting. But that's okay. Did we forget parachutes? There is no parachutes. What are you talking about parachutes for? Parachutes are dead weight, man. Dead weight. We don't need that kind of weight in our lives. We're going to just bomb some alligators. I don't think you can do range safety when there's no electricity. Yeah, unfortunately, I think I should have hit the range safety before the electricity ran out, but that's okay. Only the wildlife is going to get hurt. Tahiti! Look at her. She flies straight as an arrow. Did anybody ever play lawn darts before they got banned? I did. Kaboom! It's raining fins. That was a successful first launch. And look, 1.9 science. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Alright, so now we have to recondition the launch pad. That's the word I couldn't spit out. So let's go back in here and add some more. Looks like, yeah, no electricity, no range safety. Boomstick, yeah, coming in fast. So let's increase this electricity to 45, I think. Whoops. No, stop this nonsense. Thank you. Alright, so we increased the electricity. That's the only change I want to make. So we're going to save it. Manage it. We're going to add to the plans. Yes. Alright. So from the plans, we do that. So now we're building another one. Alright, so that's saved. We'll get out of here. And I think there is some research that we can do. No. We can do early solid rocket boosters. That might be worth exploring. Which one is it? What is this? Oh, that's space planes. We're not quite there yet, but we do need that. We are going to need that for the next set of contracts that we're doing, because we need the X1 cockpit. But I wouldn't mind having this engineering efficiency upgrade. But I also wouldn't mind having some more science. This mass spectrometer. But the thing is I think this is what we're going to do. We'll do that. Let me catch up. Looks like, nah, I played darts. Them regular darts. I used to play darts when I was a teenager. And maybe in my early 20s at the bar. I used to go to the bar a lot. Probably more than I should have. Alright, so... Oh man, I need to get another drink. I drank my entire juice already. That's okay though. I can wait a minute. Alright, so we did research. Let's go check on our contracts. So we still need to reach 100 kilometers in order for this to be completed. Let me go take a peek at something real quick. I just want to peek at something. So we're going to pull up our Delta V stats right here. We have a thrust to weight ratio of 1.94, which is pretty awesome. Now, the other thing, now that we have a flight, we have the benefit of having flight data. So look at this. We have 1,000, whatever this unit is, of flight data. Which means that the engine should be more reliable. But the thing I wanted to know is, how do you find engine upgrades? Whoops. Because there's a way to upgrade the engine. And I don't think we have upgrades, but I don't know how to find them. Assign group, part. This one. Alright, so we don't have that upgrade yet. So let's go see where that upgrade is. It would be here. Is it in here? I think it's here. Yeah, it's here. So I think if we do one more flight, we'll have more than enough science to get that upgrade. And that's going to be a huge deal. So we're going to warp to completion of that. We don't have anything else we can do at the moment, so... we're going to roll out. Warp to completion. And we're going to launch this one now. I have a hunch that DU on that flight data is Delta Thermodynamics. You think so? What kind of juice? It is a blackberry juice. Alright, so I want to see this. Pin you right there. I want this open for electricity. Everything is nominal. 3, 2, 1, launch. Wait. Okay, yeah. 3, 2, 1, go. Now, one thing that is really different about RP1 is that these engines will fail. It's not that they can fail, it's that they will fail. It's only a matter of time. It's a matter of when, not a matter of if. Tweaky, that's not for a very long time. Well, maybe not a very long time, but we're not going to be reaching that level for quite a while. And we should be spending quite a bit of time over 40 kilometers. So, mean time between failures, still 6 minutes. I mean, we are pushing that runtime by 10 seconds. I would almost hate to try to do more. I think doing more would be just begging for a problem. Yeah, and we have a lot more electric charge this time. So, let's introduce a little bit of time technology. My goodness, maybe we need even more electricity. So this time we gathered almost 3 science from this flight. Alright, now range safety. Where do I... Range safety's right here. We're not getting any more science, so... we'll do the range safety test. And it worked. Awesome! Alright. Is it going to give me the thing? Thank you. Never played this game, just came here to support us. Say thank you, Pensive. We are playing RP1. If you ever do get the tick to play the game, it is absolutely worth playing. We're not going to sit here and wait anymore. I love Kerbal. I fell in love with Kerbal the second that I started playing it. Alright, so we have 3.7 science now. So let's go back in and snag up that upgrade for 1 science. Now we have 2.7 left, but we need 3 for the next engine upgrade. So I'm thinking we save that, because I think what we should do... let's think about this for a second. Can we get more science? That's 4 science for that. That's 4 science. What's this? Ooh, we could do an efficiency upgrade. That would not be bad. That means our engineers would work a little bit faster because they're going to be more efficient. Decisions. But we do need this, so... because the next contract is going to be to build a rocket plane. Yes, RP1 mod pack on PC. Let's hit that 100K. I agree. 100K sounds super duper nice right now. Alright, let's... whoops, this button. Let's recover. So the... launch pad is reconditioning as we speak. That's going to take 4 days. But in the meantime, let's see if we can safely squeeze just a little bit more delta V out of this bad girl. Because she is a naughty one. So what we're going to do is we're going to watch that thrust to weight ratio and DV stat, but we're also going to watch, I need to pin this, and we need to take a look at this. So we have a 56-second rated burn time, and we're already pushing over that by quite a little bit. So I'm thinking maybe let's add a meter onto this tank and see what happens. The thrust to weight ratio is still respectable, but that burn time has me concerned. Let's do this. That's the Mark II. So we're going to save it, and we're going to run a simulation to see what's going to happen. Another hula dock this time is needed. A holodeck. Ah, hula deck. I'm so stupid. Would a booster firework get it up without causing... do we have stage separation at this point? I think so. We'd have to go double check that. I don't want to tell you information that's wrong. Let's see what happens by adding a whole meter to this. Whoops, I want this. So we need to keep an eye on this. Oh wow, we have 9 minutes? Maybe we can push this quite a bit. Let's see what this does. We have to keep an eye on this number right here. Nine minutes. And we're about halfway through our fuels. I really want that engine upgrade because I think that'll get us a little bit more thrust. I think it gives us a little bit more thrust and takes a little bit of the weight off. Now, that mean time between failures is ticking down, but I think we're safe to add a meter onto the rocket. And the thing is, though, is we're not getting a whole lot of extra height off that extra meter. So I'm not sure that it's actually worth it. So revert to editor. If we do, it's the best of the split rocket in 2. It'll cut the weight and increase the DV once we get higher. Yeah, we can take a peek at what it would take to do it. So let's go to coupling devices. Alright, let's just, for funsies, what we're going to do is we're going to see what it would look like if we could do that. So let's get rid of this for a minute. We'll grab this and bring it up. And then we'll go and grab us an SRB. Solid rocket booster. Okay. So let's take this and bring the diameter down a tiny bit. Then we'll take this and bring the diameter down a tiny bit. What's the diameter on this one? 700. 700, so that should be a match. There we go. All right. That's a 25-second burn time. The thrust to weight is still pretty insane. Does this have a rated burn time? It does not look at... I don't see it if it does. Let's... No, if that's the case, let's do 60. Let's see what that does. So we're gonna run a simulation and see what it does for us. Add the same fins to the booster. Oh yeah. Let's see what happens, and then we'll do all that. All right. All right. Let's see what happens. Alright, hold on. I already know what happened there, so first things first. We'll do that. That'll increase the weight a tiny little bit, but it increases the strength of the fins. And then... I think like that. Save. Oh, fuck me. That's fine. It's fine. I'm not gonna stress over it. I should have renamed it the Mark III. Now, burn time. Let's see if that helps. Alright. Now, how do I... Is it shift? Or control? Alt? There we go. Alright. Let's see if your plan works, Luke. So whenever your rocket starts going wonk catawampus like that, typically what you need to do is increase the size. So no. This one. Length, right? Yeah, length. Alright, let's see. We're just doing some arbitrary stuff, because if this doesn't help, then I know it's not the right thing. Yeah, let's see what happens. Now this is promising so far. It is tipping a little bit, but a little bit of tip isn't bad. I prefer a little bit of tip. That's a little bit much than I like. High dynamic pressure. How do I fix high dynamic pressure? Let's go! That's what she said. Ha ha ha! She did say exactly that. Oh, get on my foot. Thank you. Alright. So. Maybe I'm trying to launch. Do I have fairings? Do I have any fairings? I don't. What can we do to protect that engine from high dynamic pressures? Is it under payload, maybe? Procedural fairing. How do I use this? How does this get used? How do I use this? How do I use this? It snaps to that. Huh. I'm not sure how to use that. It looks like... Yes, ceramic armor to the hull. The craft is too small to be effective yet. Oh, okay. I guess that makes some sense. Alright, now... see if that helps. Alright, let's simulate it again. Let's see if we fix that tipping problem. No, that did not fix the tipping problem at all. In fact, I think it made it worse. What if we take this, we make it four-way symmetry, and then excuse me. Oh, I felt that one coming a mile away. We do that. And then the other thing is let's drop this burn time. Just a tiny bit. Let's see what that does. What if we made the SRB thinner? That might be the key, Tweaky. I'll try that next. See what happens. See, why is this happening? This doesn't happen to anyone else but me. Alright. Starting to get upsetting. Alright, so let's make the booster thinner. Okay, diameter. See what that might do. That's funny. I forgot we made it smaller, so we have to decrease the burn time to raise the power back up. That's okay though. Burn time. Let's see what that does. Make the firework bigger. Interesting. It's because we took out propellant. See, why does it fall? Alright. That was a nice flight. I think I need to... See, look, it didn't fall. Imagine that. See, why did the engine fail? I thought I had it that time. All right. All right. So what I'm doing is I'm watching this right here. And when this hits about 10 seconds, between 10 and 5 seconds, no. See, I don't want to abandon the idea because it's flying perfect. All right. There we go. And she's flying straight as an arrow. It's wobbling is because the middle of the rocket is a twig. RL life conditions. Yeah. But that's okay. I can handle a little bit of wobble at this stage. A little bit of wobble doesn't bother me too much. And now we need more electricity. But we broke the 100,000. By a lot. So we might be able to afford to just put a little bit of electricity up on this. Alright. Revert to editor. Let's hope the second engine ignition on the real... yeah, that's what really, really worries me. I wish I had a smart part. If I could attach a smart part to it, I could dial it in a lot more. Let's do one more, because I just increased the weight, guys. I increased. So you don't add new batteries. All you do is add batteries to the payload fairing itself. Yeah, see, that's a failed ignition. This is not promising. Not promising at all. That was my fault. That was a perfect one, and I messed it up because I didn't throttle up. That one was on me. What fuel are we using on the second stage? The second stage? Are you talking about the second stage up here? Because that is a kerosene mix. That one was my fault, though. It should have ignited, but I forgot to throttle up. So... yeah, the first stage is an SRB. The second stage is a kerosene mix. How does Kerbal surface look so good? Lorenzo, welcome in. That's because we are not on Kerbal, my friend. This is Cape Canaveral, Florida. The home of the ASIS. Hold on. Nope, failure. It's a timing thing. I think that's all it is a timing thing. Because if we could put a fairing around it, I think we would be just fine. Hold on, let me show you. Go to map. Why is this here? So, this is the United States, and in the southern part of the United States, here down in Sunnyside, Cape Canaveral, Florida, is where we're launching from. Alright, so, throttle is up. Let's see. Come on. We're so close to it working. I don't want to give up on it. We have stable flight. If I can just get the timing of this down, I think we would be spectacular. Why is it failing? Is it because of aerodynamic stress again? I really wish it would tell me why we're having failures. Alright, 2 SRBs, one behind the other. I don't think that's the problem, Luke. I mean, if we could get this to work, we have all of everything we need. But out of the last 10 launches, I've only gotten 2 to work, and that's not a good number. I understand why Mike Aben uses smart parts and KOS for this. The timing is down to the millisecond. This is brutal timing. Now I am worried with how many times it's taken us. I think maybe covering the engine up is the only way to do this. Alright, we gotta try something different, because even if I get this to work, this is not a reliable way to operate. Payload. Procedural fairing. Procedural fairing. That's the only procedural fairings we have. What if we take this and cover that up like that? And then what we can do is increase the diameter to match, and then increase the diameter to match again. So then what will happen is we We stage this, stage this. Stage this and this at the same time, maybe? Maybe that would be the key. Let's simulate that and see what happens. Why use 2 engines? Where can I install RP1? All right, Lorenzo. What you have to do, give me 1 minute and I'll show you how I did it. Why use 2 stages? Because our top stage is not quite strong enough to get past the 100K mark. So what we're trying to do right now is use a solid rocket booster to bump up our dart, because we're shooting for over 100K. And why did we go so cattywampus? Oh, I think it's because we increased the diameter again. So should we increase the length a little? Maybe increasing the length will balance out the diameter. Let's see if that works. All right, hold on. Before I do that. So, Lorenzo. Yeah, spin stabilization. So, Lorenzo, what you do is you open up YouTube. If it... There we go. You open up YouTube and you type in Mike Aben. And you find this gentleman right here. And then if you go to his playlists and you look at Mike Plays RP1 Redux and you click on that, and then look into his description, this is a complete list of mods that you need for the RP1 pack. So if you click this right here, it'll bring you to CCAN. You download CCAN and then download these mods. All you got to do is type in the name of the mod in the CCAN search bar. Drag the back end or spin stabilization maybe. Because of how the weight to delta V ratio, when you shed weight, the rocket, you need to increase DV. Ah, okay. Yeah, so that's how you do that. That's the RP1 mod pack. Yes, and we can. Boop. Alright, so let's simulate that. Alright, that's all good. So now we just have to figure out our stability derivatives. Alright, we're better. We're a little bit better. I really wish I could just make this smaller. So let's make this a little bit longer again. And we'll tweak these a little bit. No, I don't want that. I want... No, not that either. There we go. Let's see if that helps. But this is what RP1 is all about. Like, it's not like regular Kerbal. The engine that we're using... Nope, not on console. Have you played on console? 18 hours? How many hours do you played KSP? Okay, I'm just catching up in the chat. Alright, so... Let's see what the stability derivative looks like. Yeah, see, we're getting better. I think we're on the right track. We're a little bit better. So maybe the fins are the key. You know what? I'm gonna do something a little weird. Let's see if more fins means more stable. I just want to see if that makes any difference in the matter whatsoever. It does not. Alright, so more fins doesn't do anything. Let's see. Maybe if we drag the offset down. Whoa. Maybe doing that. So, hold on. I mean, that's actually really, really good. That's actually really good. I would hate to mess that up. Let's see what that does, if anything. Yeah, I just took a single SRB to 430 meters. It just do that, man. Well, the thing is you have to think about cost when it comes to RP1. And what I'm trying to do is build this so that I only build it once. And then I can tool all of the parts at the same time. And then use this rocket for multiple missions at a time without having to rebuild it. Or retool it every single time I need it. Hold on. The only thing I can think to do is make it longer again. Let's try to make it longer. Let's do 4.5 meters. But the good thing is that doing simulations like this doesn't cost us anything. All I'm trying to do right now is figure out my stability problem. I just can't seem to get it. So that didn't do anything. What if we do the opposite of what we're trying to do? What if we do the opposite? So what if we shorten it? Since making it longer didn't help. I didn't even look at my DV numbers. Alright, it looks good. I forgot the engine again. That was my fault. I think try getting rid of those second stage fins. All right, I think we figured it out. I think if my stupid self had hit the throttle up button, I don't understand why I can't set a default. Just default to throttle up all the time. That would be super helpful. It would be more helpful than anything. So let's get on that. Somebody in the modding community. All right, so see, it failed again. All right, hold on. Hold on. Maybe I see the problem. A problem. I don't know if it's the problem, but it's a problem for sure. All right. Let's take this, then this, then that, then this, then this, then that. And then we edit the fairing like that. Because that should protect the engine from aerodynamic forces, am I right? So we'll save that configuration. And we'll simulate again. Based on the stock KSP, if your fins are too close to the top, it will want to spin to the bottom. Can you make both engines the same? Are you talking about using... hold on. Let's see what this does. This is... Okay, this one and that. All right. Engine is up. Yeah, we could make both engines the same, but then what the problem we would run into is it'd be the cost of it. But I mean, if that's what we have to do, that's what we have to do. But I think we have the stability figured out now. But now we're back to not being able to ignite the engine. Ugh. I wish it would give me a reason the engine's not igniting. Like, that would be super helpful too. Why is the engine not firing? All right, let's try something here. So the engine fires. So it's not because it's in the shroud. All right, so doing it this way should work. It's got to be the fuel we're using, and we're in the atmosphere. The second engine is using a kerosene mix. The engine igniter mod? No. I only have the RP1 recommended mods installed. Oh, come on, I forgot again. Even if it was going to work, it wouldn't have worked because I didn't throttle up for the millionth time. Let's try it with the throttle up. Alright, I'm watching the time right here. Yeah. Alright, I'm done doing this. Alright, this isn't gonna work. I don't understand why it's not gonna work. I've seen other KSP RP1 players do similar things, and it's not working for me. So, what we are gonna do is increase the length. The problem is the burn time is too much. The engine is only rated for about 56 seconds. And we are at 1:30. So 1:30 is 70, 80. That's 90 seconds. That's the problem here. Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Save it. And we'll simulate again. Put the engines the other way around. Might have to. We might have to. Put these on the same, and then what just happened here? Throttle is up. I don't know what that was about. I think RP1 just likes to tease me. That's what it is. Because watch, now that I increase the length, my stability is going to be different. Want to bet? Yeah, it's already listing to the left. As long as it doesn't go too far. It's already too far. Breathe. Just breathe. I can't use a different fuel, Tweaky. You can only use the fuel the engine is designed to use. You can't just put whatever fuel you want. So basically, when you pick your engine, it tells you what fuel that you have to use. Wait, this is a solid fuel? That's not right. Nope, it's kerosene, AK-20, and nitrogen. Yeah. Alright. Let's see if that works. I know I'm getting frustrated, but this is exactly what RP1 is. The problem is I'm not understanding why I can watch... What is happening with this? Oh, you slimy son of a monkey. Alright. There. Engine's up. Staging is right. And that's why I don't like staging it like this. And there goes control loss. I just wish I understood why. I think if I understood why, I would be more okay with the situation. Maybe do this. So I mean, it looks the dry weight, the center of mass, and the aerodynamic. Let's see what that does. Nope. It's already not going to work. Paulo, what is the first engine and what is the fuel? Luke, I've already said it, dude. I've already said it. The fuel is a kerosene mixture. The fuel is kerosene, AK-20, with nitrogen propellant. That's what the fuel is. That's what the engine burns on, is kerosene and the AK-20. And nitrogen is the pressurizer or propellant, or however the wording for that goes. The problem isn't the fuel, it's the stability. And I don't understand how to fix it, is the issue. Alright, so what happens? So what happened? Oh my goodness, I hate this. So what if we move this up? And that puts the aerodynamic too high. So move it back down. The dry mass is heavy. Maybe that's why. So what if we make this, we make it bigger? Smaller? That can't be. what I'm trying to accomplish here, right? Because in an ideal situation, I think all three of these balls are supposed to be the same. Because don't you want do you not have a probe with no SAS control? No, we don't have SAS control. There's no such thing as reaction wheels. Reaction wheels don't exist in the real world. So we do not have them here. My question is so as we use fuel, the center of mass moves up. And when the center of mass moves up, it wants to tip over. So I think these need to be down significantly farther, maybe? But that doesn't move the center of mass, that just moves the aerodynamic. So maybe if I increase the density. That's gotta do it. That's gotta do it. For planes, the center of aerodynamics should be somewhat behind the center of mass. I think it's the same for rockets, but I'm starting to doubt everything I think I know. Oh look, no launch pad. Well, wait, whatever. I'm not gonna question it. And I don't think it's gonna stay stable. I can already see it pushing off. But yeah, so Wop Wop, this is the RP1 mod, which makes Kerbal as realistic as it can possibly be. So there's no such thing as reaction wheels. I just don't understand why this is... Hold on. Why it's tipping so hard. We literally just launched a rocket. Let me save this and open... Load this one. Simulate. I'm just not understanding why it's tipping. This is the last version that I made. And as you can see, it's not tipping at all. I mean, it is a little bit, but it's an acceptable amount. So I don't understand the difference here. So we know this one works. So let's go to the editor and see what the difference is. Rocket God. Yes, Lorenzo, RP1 is so much fun. It is way more fun than the original. All right. So aerodynamics. So all three balls are stacked neatly on top of each other for this version. So Let's call this Mark 4. I forgot what number we're on. And let's just increase the length. So that brings the aerodynamics backwards. Let's do 6 meters. And then this is 4-way symmetry. So 1, 2, 3, well, too many, 2, 4. And then it's too far, I think. And then maybe lighten them up just a touch. Or no, heavy them up just a touch. Like so. So theoretically, this rocket, if I understand what I'm doing at all, should be the most stable thing on the planet. Theoretically. Alright, so let's save the Mark IV, and we'll simulate this version. If RP1 makes it realistic as possible, does that mean SAS doesn't work? That is correct. SAS does nothing. So I hate that it drops. I might just switch to the stock launching clamps. But yes, cool guy, you are absolutely correct. Shedsy said make the fins a bit bigger too. Let's see what it does. If it doesn't maintain stability, I'll make the fins bigger and see. Because what I'm worried about, the reason that I didn't want to increase the length in the first place was because this engine is only rated for 56 seconds of burn time, and we're almost doubling that. We're increasing it 50%. And see, I don't mind it going a little bit off-center, because it gets it away from the center. So, just so you guys know, if you end up hitting any of your buildings, it does cost time and money to repair them. But now we are tipping a little too far. Let's see what it does, though. If it breaks 100, it's not going to break 100K. It's not going to. Alright. Fins create drag on the back end, helping the rocket stay upright. Yeah, but every time I increase the fin size, it makes it less stable, and I can't figure out for the life of me why. So let's open up the Mark III, I think. Load. No. Open up the Mark II, maybe? Yeah. So, let's get rid of this for a second. Turn this on. So, what if I just take these and move them down here? And, whoops, damn it. I need the dry mass down a little ways. So, here. And then There's no way this works. I'm calling it right now. There's just no way this works. Alright, you know what? I'm done dealing with you. Why is it 4? I want 2. Okay. Actually, I think we need them down farther. Alright. I guess we just save and simulate. Fins cause drag on the back. Yeah. And that in normal KSP, it works 90% of the time. It works every time. Okay. So, throttle up. That's open. Because in all honesty, I'm thinking of just ditching this idea and saying, over an hour ago, someone was like, hey, why don't you just use an SRB and nothing else? And I'm sitting here going, that might be the idea of the day. It'll be expensive, but shit. I think it would work. Because now we're back to the same problem of the engine not firing. Alright, so I think Luke said maybe try switching the SRB and the chemical rocket. So maybe that's what we try. So we take this off, this off, this off. This goes up to here. Take these off. We decrease diameter. Get rid of this. What's the diameter here? It's 330. The diameter here is 376. Okay. So then we increase the length. And increase the burn time. Okay. Now we do decoupler. Yeah, this won't work in this way, so let's decrease the length. Decrease this diameter to about right there. That. And then take this and decrease the length. And then maybe decrease the burn time. Just a tiny bit. And then I don't want 4. I'm not a... God bless it, I hate that feature in this game. I hate that on stock Kerbal too. Alright. The engine not firing might not work because of the fuel float. Yes, you are not wrong. By the way, with so many new people in the chat, thank you so much for dropping in. We are playing KSP RP1, which is the realism overhaul for Kerbal Space Program, which takes the Kerbal Space Program we all know and love and changes it to be as real as possible. Alright, so let's call this the Mark V. If you guys are dropping in for the very first time, maybe consider hitting the thumbs up button to help us out on the algorithm. Yes, cool guy, that is awesome. I don't know how to do that. I'm learning everything for the first time. Ugh. Ugh. Why? Alright. I'm gonna try a radical idea that someone suggested an hour and a half ago. So this one, oh my god, I hate that feature in this game. Oh, you're gonna piss me off, Kerbal. Alright. So now we can oh my god. You guys are pissing me off now. Jeez. Can't a guy just work here? Okay. Alright, so now that should just about do it, I think. I hope. Let's see what this does. I must change that. I have not killed any Kerbals so far. Done. Yes, Lorenzo. Let me know how you enjoy it. 6 times the charm, as they say. It's breaking up as the rocket is too thin and has no weight. The air becomes so thick. The petrol... Well, we'll see. Alright. Okay. We're about to find out. Should have just did this 2 hours ago. It'll be expensive, but I mean... Alright. Should have just did this too. How many tickets does it take to make an octopus laugh? Tentacles. Oh, tickles, 10 tickles. I get it. Oh, thank you, Lorenzo. I appreciate it. It helps so much. So. We need the hot rod red. Or no, this part's gold. Where's my gold? And then these ones are the hot rod red. I guess I could just do it the easy way. And then leading edge. And then trailing edge. Or wait, don't we want the edges in gold? Isn't that what we did before? I think that's what we did before, was the gold. And I mean, it only costs $65 to build it, so I guess I'm fussing over nothing. Alright, so management, plans, let's take this out, add this, alright. What is our tonnage here? It's 1.5. Wait, cancel. So... close that. Add to plans. It's at 1.58 tons. Okay, so if I modify the Dart launch complex, it says max tonnage is 2. So what am I at? I'm at 1.5. Alright. Can I shave off half a ton? Close that. What just happened here? What is happening? Why is these things happening to me? Load. So, what wing am I supposed to use? Oh. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Your Royal Highness was not happy that I used the wrong wing. Alright, that's okay though. Okay. So now... Alright, so now that's happy. Let's do one more simulation. Well, first, we'll go fix our coloring. This one was the red. This one was the gold. And this one was the gold. Okay. Now... let's save it. Why won't it let me save it? Close that. Close that. Close that. Now it lets me save it. Okay. Alright. Let's see what this girl can do now. 13 of 12, Apollo. 13 of 12. 13 of 12. 13 of 12, Luke. 13 of 12. Oh, 13 of 12. 13 of 12. The reason I'm doing another simulation is because I shortened it up by quite a lot to make it lighter. So we need to make sure that it still goes over 100K. which I don't know that it will. It might. It's looking promising. There it is. Now, and I had my doubts. And so we have 8 minutes of science. So let's see. Or 8 minutes of electricity, I mean. We should be able to get all the science back. And some new telemetry data. That's bonus. Yeah, this is what we're going to do. We're going to build this. Yeah. Yeah, you guys are right. You guys were... Whoever said that an hour ago was right. I think it was Luke. I was just... Alright, so... this one. No, not this one. This one. Add to plans. Alright. So now, plan. Construction. I gotta remember how to do this again. Plans. Oh, integration. That's where it is. Okay. So we're going to save this one more time just in case I changed anything, which I don't think I did. Hoo-wee, Rick! We're launching rockets! Alright, no construction. Research. So let's warp to completion on this one. Alright. We'll warp to completion on this one. And we'll roll out and warp to completion on this one. And launch. It was me! Alright, it's a nighttime launch, but that's okay. Get this out. Go, baby, go. Look at that. We got clouds. We're going through the thick clouds. It is 1951 still, so I mean we're still doing all of this in less than a year. Seventh time is the charm, like they always say. Kick the tires and light the fires. I feel a need for speed, Big Daddy. Woohoo! And speed we have 1,500 meters per second and climbing. Alright, so we have the first launch, which we already did, so. New record. We shattered a whole bunch of records, that's what that is. I can't see my rocket. We just shattered another record. We have science running. We should get new telemetry data anytime now. They don't call it the Dart for nothing. 228 kilometers. Straight as an arrow. I just hate that it's an SRB. But with all this new science we're getting, we should unlock an upgrade for our engine, which gives us more thrust, I think. Yes, so we're running all 3 sciences right now. We've netted a total of 1 science credit. So now we just got to sit back and wait for a minute. I'm not even going to bother with range safety. Screw it. Has she broken orbit? I do believe technically yes, but it's not a stable orbit. It's considered suborbital. But we are grabbing so much science, and we still have 5 minutes of battery life left. Alright, let's introduce a tiny bit of time warp. Can I do the shortcuts? I can. The shortcuts still work in RP1. Alright, so we gathered science, and we still have a whole minute worth of battery left. Come on. I'm calling range safety. We've got to protect the alligators. If you guys are brand new, make sure you guys hit the subs. Can you turn her into an orbit? No. We have no control. Once you launch, there is 0 control over the rocket right now. Let me show you why. Space Center. Hey! We made the news, and look at that picture. The DART Mark 7 rocket was shot out of the atmosphere and into space on a mission of scientific discovery. For the very first time, rocketry is not a weapon of hostile destruction, so you think, but an instrument to further our understanding of the universe. We are all hoping that as an age of world war ends, an age of cosmic discovery will begin, and this flight marks the beginning of an era where the stars seem closer and closer. Historical information. The first real-life rocket to do this was the V2 number 3 on the 10th of May, 1946, so we are lagging a little bit behind. Launched from the White Sands as part of the Hermes programs, It carried a Geiger counter to measure cosmic radiation. The Hermes program combined scientific and military objectives, but it still marked the first suborbital space flight to carry scientific instruments. Oh, that was fun. I enjoyed myself. Which one am I looking for? This one. Then this one. All right. We have 9 science, but we also have... Where did I do... Oh, wait, no. That was here and here. We also have 10 more hires we can do. So I'm going to split this off into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so we hired some more Kerbals. Construction, research, early tracking systems. That would be nice. That'll take us into 1952. Excuse me. I don't want to warp to that yet. Let's put another rocket through here. What year is this going to be done? That's going to be done in 3 days. Oh, that's the launch pad. This will be done... September 16th. Yeah, September 16th of 1951. So let's warp to that. And then we're going to warp to the completion of this rocket. And we're going to roll it out and warp to that completion. And we're going to launch this. After we launch this one, I'm going to go take a look at our contracts. The Apollo Kerbal Defense System has been created. Can you give a shout out to Mike Hunt? He's dying of cystic fibrosis and wants support. Yeah, sure. Mike Hunt, this is your official shout out to Mike Hunt. If we keep going at this rate, we'll have ICBMs in no time. I didn't say it. I'm not a warmonger. I promise. Hey, we get to watch this one in the daylight. There's no F5 for Luke. KSP does realism overhaul prevents F5. But I can do a hard save once we're done with this. That's not the worst idea ever. He said, but I am. Maybe I should rename my space agency from Asses to Stark Industries. I do like the red and gold theme, though. All right. Now, another thing I wouldn't mind doing is giving it a, I dare say, give it a small tilt so we can go some downrange. Oh, we have a leader. We need to go check that out. Electricity is here and here. So death or glory, my type of play. Death and glory. Sounds like a male smut book. Death and glory, my type of play. The story of testicle clamps Alright, I went too far on that one. I could have went farther. I was about to go farther. More science. Yeah, I think we have her dialed in nice. So, let's go see. Let's go spend some science. And we will also go check our contracts. Set a crew record. All RP1. So, as early as 1947, the U.S. was launching fruit flies into space on suborbital trajectories and recovering them. But it wasn't until until 1951 that a monkey named Yorick and 11 mice were successfully recovered from aerobie flight. The Soviets preferred dogs and returned many from suborbital flights, the first two being Dezik and Sugin in 1951 on top of an R-1. Although it is not a requirement to launch a biological capsule, it is a perfect opportunity to do so. Send a rocket out of the atmosphere and return at least some of the craft back to Earth intact for study. Ooh, that could be nice. Alright. So this one is a downrange milestone. Uh, 500 units of sounding rocket payload, a distance of 100 kilometers. Reach a suborbital trajectory and return. Send a rocket out of the atmosphere at 140 kilometers and return. Let's hold off on this for a second. Just for a second. I need to think. All right. What do we got here? Vladimir Nikolaevich Shalomoy was a Soviet engineer of Ukrainian ethnicity. Shalomy invented the first Soviet pulse jet engine and created the UR-XXX series of rockets, which is included the UR-500 Proton. The Proton is the second most flown rocket in the world, only recently losing the distinction of number 1 to the Falcon 9. Shalomy was also instrumental on working on the Almaz space stations, which became the basis of the Salyut, Mir, and the Zvezda space stations. Sorry, we get more confidence, but 10%. Nah, no. Science wasn't a Soviet priority. Milton Ross. No. Minus. Oh. Werner von Braun. Werner von Braun designed the V-2 rocket for the Nazis. That asshole. Then moved to America under Operation Paperclip and began working for the U.S. Army Ballistic Missile Agency. Alright, he's okay. After the failure of the Vanguard 1, ABMA successfully launched Explorer 1 on the Juno 1 rocket. Derived from the Redstone, ABMA was then transferred to NASA as the Marshall Space Flight Center, and there he was instrumental. I think we do that. Hold on, what's the last guy? Plus science from transmission. Ooh. Ooh, but funding. I'm going to do this. We're going with Werner von Braun. Alright. Completed program, active programs. So, as you can see, we're still in the first year. So, we have done a lot. Alright, reach the suborbital eject. So we have to do that. So let's go grab that contract, I suppose. RP1. We have to do this one. So, we need to work. Let's just go ahead and warp to that so it's done. I guess that was a stupid idea, but it was mine to make. Chat, sorry. Nice. We should call the next rocket Sugundis. I like it. Nah, 40k, sir. Just go. This has started to become fun. Yes, yes, this is starting to get fun. So we got the warmonger dude. Hell yeah, we did, bro. Really just said my cunt and got content famed on TikTok. Got content farmed on TikTok. Dude, my cunt is great. I don't know why you're making fun of my cunt. Look, in the worst times of my life, my cunt has always been there for me. Alright. We need suborbital flight. We also... Wait, did we do the one that said to recover it, or just a suborbital flight? Yeah, so we do have to... Wait, did it... Sorry, guys. I need to stop and slow down and actually read. Launch a new vessel, uncrewed, reach space, destination Earth, so to return home safely. So it does not have to have the biological payload. But we may want to put the biological payload in there anyway. Alright. So... what I'm thinking... well, first thing, before we even bother with that, alright, we have a ton of science to spend, so I want this. What does this get us? I want this. Ooh, we can get the Sputnik. Ion Man, advanced biological. We need that. We're gonna grab that just for giggles. Ooh. Yes. What do you mean not enough science? Oh, I was looking at... yeah, we don't have enough science for that. What is this? There. So, we have all of our scientists busy. I think we need to go for this before we do the X-planes, because that X2 cockpit is sealed, I think. Yes. So if we can just build our first rocket plane with the X2 cockpit, I would be pretty satisfied with that. So, we completed that. Let's research. What do we have? Early tracking systems. Let's warp to completion on this one. It's going to eat up some time, yeah, but it will give us... Alright, I don't know why that was a thing, but... because I want this early tracking system. Alright. So, staffing... okay, so we're still at full staffing. Alright, let's get into building again. Yes, F5. Thank you, Luke. So we got the Warmonger. So let's go back out. We'll save it real quick. F5. Quick save. Alright, let's get in here and see what we can do. Alright. Get rid of that. We don't need this yet. Alright. Now, first thing I want to do is I want to open up the Mark 1 just for a peek-see at something here. So wait. So anyway, let's see. The thrust is 12.7 kilonewtons. That's a significant increase. The mass, 0.015. It's lighter. Thrust to weight. ISP is 205. That's 204. Total mass. I'm wondering if this is worth it. It's the U-2000. I want to see what this does for us. So we know the Mark 1. What was the ceiling on the Mark 1? Like 60,000? So we need to remove all tanks and fill for the U-2000. Alright. Let's see what this does. I'm curious to know what that upgrade... Yes, but it is a thing, yes. Alright, let's... Not quite as good as the solid booster, but much better than the old one. Much better than the old one. Nah, we're okay. I only got about another hour left before we have to call her done anyway. I mean, that's not horrible. Let's see if we can't squeeze a little bit more fuel into this girl. Okay. Because I know this hasn't worked in the past. But we have a thrust to weight ratio of 3.12. So all I'm going to do is increase the length to 7 meters. .02. Save. All we didn't change anything else. So, without changing anything else, let's see what happens. Oh, you know what else I want to change though? No, let's just be patient. Why is this open? Why did this get opened? There we go. She's still pretty stable. And there we go. We broke the 100 kilometer mark. We're still very shy of the solid rocket booster. But I'm proud of this girl. So, the next thing I need to change for the Mark 1.02 is right here. So, what does this give us? Unlock. That should be the power consumption for each level. Uses upgraded sounding rockets, spin stabilization kick stages. Okay. I want to change this to 60. Okay. Let's do... Alright, before we do all that, we need to figure out how... Alright, let's get rid of this. Get rid of this, thank you. We'll put on... this. Oh, come on. I don't want 4 of them. Please, for the love of all things holy, quit doing this to me. Okay. So I need to configure experiments. That's what I need. I need... Thank you. Okay, so we can't put biological samples in that. Alright, so let's get rid of this. Oh, come on. Thank you. Science. We have early film camera. So... Now, where's my parachutes? There's my parachutes. Oh, I don't like that. Is this a procedural part? No. 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 So, hold on. Can I change this at all? Oh no, this is not the greatest thing ever here. Show parachute editor. Okay, so no. Oh, come on. That's not what I wanted, KSP. Stop yanking my chain. Alright, so put that back on there. What if... we do that. And then... I'm not trying to... Oh, Willie. Marshall has an Artemis 2 full movie, which he hardly made with the game Juno New Origins. Check it out also. Will do, Louis, or Millie have. Angle it to those connectors. Yeah. I wonder if we can angle the rocket like 10 degrees to get that downrange. That's get rid of the red platform thing. We like the twin. Yeah. We got rid of that. Yep, we got rid of that. You know what? Let's... Do I just have structural part? Do I have... I don't seem to have just a procedural nose cone. Alright, and for the color, let's go gold. Let's make it shiny. I almost like that. And then we'll do this. Oh, that is beautiful. I love it. Yep. Alright, close this. So, how do I set these parachutes up? Parachute editor. Alright. Must go down to deploy. Deploy on ground contract. Deployment timer. Spare chutes. We don't need 5 spare chutes. 1. Use current craft mass. Okay, I don't know if that's what we need. This is the first time I've ever played. I think the game wants you to build a module rocket. A module? What do you mean module rocket? Now, take this off of here. Put this on. The diameter. What was it? 376, I think. Should this one be gold? I wish you could do 2 different colors. Maybe you can. Hold on. Well, I guess you can't see them. But we know it's there. Alright, let's see what this does. Because if we can get these biological samples back, we'll save the Mark II and simulate. You seem to be happy with your probes at the moment. Module rocket, a nasal big boy toy. Oh, yeah, we will. Possibly. He's saying that the game wants you to send a Kerbal. Yes, but we're not there yet. We are not there yet. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. Thrust up. Let's see what happens here. I don't like that drop down, but I don't know how to fix it. Invalid situation. Oh, you know what I might have didn't do? Hold on. Maybe I'm supposed to add that experiment. Hold on. We weren't very far into that flight, so let's configure experiments. Okay. I thought maybe I was supposed to put that experiment into here, but that is not the case. Alright, so let's just redo that simulation. Oh, dude, I'm having a blast. This is what I think KSP should have been in the first place, because you don't start by building a rocket and sending someone out to space. Alright, throttle up. You don't start by sending people out to space. You start with probes and missiles and rockets, and you build up to it. I'm curious to know if these parachutes can bring the whole thing down safely. And we didn't quite get the altitude that we had before, but that's probably because we have extra weight. And the experiment is running. So, I mean, we can keep an eye on the science right here. Ooh, we could absolutely lose some of that electricity. Now, you guys might notice that we do have 2.3 science here, but it's not credited here. That's because we can't transmit this science. Now the question is will the parachutes open? It is not looking like they're going to open. I'm not sure what altitude I have them set at, though. There they go. No such thing as too much electricity. Also, YouTube's a bitch for auto-updating on me for no reason. Nice detach. Now re-entry is the question. Oh man, yeah, these parachutes might have been able to save that whole rocket. I was afraid they wouldn't open. So let's revert to editor, because the next thing I want to see is if we use the same exact setup. Hold on. Let's... Why does it never let me save it? Save. Open. Where was... Was it the Mark 7 that had the SRB? Yes, okay. So, if we take this 0.02 and we do the same modifications, so we take this out We put the procedural decoupler in. We put... wait, no. We put the biological samples and then do this. And then we track this down to about EA. Track that down. There. Now, the next thing I'm going to try to do different is do that. Let's try to leave this the way it is. Let's save that. Now, I wouldn't mind getting that downrange contract too, but we're not going to worry about that just yet. Angle the rocket in the VAB so we get the downrange thing. Yes, next thing, Tweaky. Next thing we do. Oh man, I forgot to check my staging. Alright, so put this here, and this here. Alright. And then this here. Now, where is my delta V stats? We could theoretically make this a tiny bit longer. This time I'm not going to chicken out. I'm going to see if we can't let this... I want to know if the parachutes deploy with the full rocket or not. We still have 5 minutes of electricity. You can see our little flies in there. Well, that was a bad idea. That's fine. I don't think it's going to be realistic to save the rocket. So I think what we should do is maybe stretch this out a little bit, because we have some thrust of weight to play with. Why am I not getting delta V stats here? Why am I not... Ugh, why, game? Why would you do this to me? Why am I not getting any DV stats here? Screw it. We're just going to take this up to about 6 meters and see what happens. Why am I not getting any stats on this? Delta V stats. Hold on. Maybe avionics. Thrust to weight means everything, homie. If your thrust to weight ratio drops but too low, the rocket won't go up. Let's see if that works. Oh, maybe it's because the staging is messed up. Turn that off. That's what it was. So, let's... And then... There we go. That's fine. I'll fix that if this works. Alright, hold on. I want to simulate this real quick. You left orbit, you can't come back. The lowest your TWR should be is 1.3. It's an escape pod. Save the crew. Alright. So, let's... Hey, we didn't drop down! Happy days! Alright. We're watching electric charge. All right. Now we time warp. We time warp. We are officially in space. We may have to increase the electricity. Well, maybe a tiny insy bitsy bit. Well, that didn't work as much as I was hoping it would. Oh, maybe we don't need more electricity. There we go. Now we're safe. Let's see. Let's go back to time warping. I think we slowed down nicely. And yeah, we don't need more electricity. We have 3 minutes left. Alright, now let's see if we can do that same thing with a little bit of an angle for some downrange. Alright, so let's save this here. We'll make this the 03. Rotate. Before we rotate, let's remove the clamps. Is it tab? I know there's a button to make smaller adjustments. How do I do that? Is it left click? No. I know there's a button for it, but I don't know the button. Let's see what that does. Can you put any more science monitors in it? We can't. I think we can. I don't think we can. I don't think we have any other science to put in it. But we are facing the wrong direction, so I want to face due east. Is that going to be due east? I don't know which direction east is in the VAB. I know there's a way to tell, but I forget it. Yeah, I don't think we have any more science to put in it yet. I think that's right. Well, we're going to find out. Oh no. It's too much of a tilt. Alright, so that's not gonna work. I don't know how to make a smaller adjustment. Does anyone know in the chat? I just killed Jeb because I put him in a very dangerous space plane. Should put cameras on the next rocket to disprove the flat Earth. Yeah, oh, we do have cameras. That is a valid point. Alright, so take this off. What is the button? Hold on. There's a button, and I know there is. New subscriber, Cool Guy. Thank you, Cool Guy. In Kerbal Space Program, what button do I hold to make smaller rotational adjustments on part? Shift while pressing the rotation key to make smaller 5 degrees. Okay. So that doesn't Oh, it does work. Okay. So let's try that. Just a small amount. Yeah, Tweaky, that is not a bad idea because I put him in a very dangerous space plane. I can't believe you killed McJeb already. Come on. I think we may have to wait for avionics control in order to do the downrange missions. Because I think it's just the ballistic path is not beneficial. Unless I can figure out a way to gyro stabilize it. But let's see how far downrange we get. McJeb. We're looking for flight recorder. Flight recorder. Downrange. We made it 29 kilometers downrange. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work until we have some kind of... I am testing a future Mun lander. Onboard cameras or lights? No lights. But we do have cameras. So, if I do this... Whoops. If I do this, this... And then that's back to 90, I think. All right. Actually, I'm doing this the hard way. Open, don't save. We're looking for the Mark 7. Load. There we go. The Mark 7.1. Alright. So, first we're going to increase the length to, what was it, 7 meters? And let's, hold on, before we mess with that, let's go see what science we can do. So we do have an early film camera, but it's massive. Can I change it? I cannot. I don't think Mystery Goo does anything in RP1. So we'll use that. And then we'll put the parachute back on. Put the parachute back on. Increase the electricity, 60, 70, 80. We'll increase the electricity to 80. Preserve dimensions. We also want to switch to this one. Configure experiments. We have the thermometer, Barometer, thermometer. So we don't have any new experiments yet. So let me... Okay. Okay. I guess that's okay. Save. One last simulation. Build the big science just for a simulation. We could definitely try. Oh, you know what I forgot? I forgot to put the decoupler on. Silly me. I knew I was forgetting something. Diameter. I don't know if that's gonna mess it up or not. Alright, let's see what this does. Last simulation. If this works, hello, I'm back. Welcome back, SandScan. We are still here. We're doing our last test flight for this biological sample. Flight recorder. Where did I see downrange before? Oh, downrange right here. I don't know how far downrange we're supposed to go. We might get that downrange contract. I don't remember what it was requiring. We ran out of electricity, but that's okay. I can't remember what the downrange contract was for, but we made it 262. He died in a failed Munlander test. I'm sad to announce that Jeb has died. RIP. Rest in pieces, Jeb. And now we wait. Even on time warp, this is a excruciatingly long time. But we can't make it warp any faster. This is a simulation. What am I doing? Revert to editor. Alright. Let's save, exit. We're going to go double check those contracts right quick. Contracts. Alright, launch a new vessel. Suborbital. That should be suborbital, right? Oh, send a rocket out of the atmosphere to 140 kilometers and return it back to Earth. I don't think we made 140 kilometers. Does anyone remember? And that was 3,000 kilometers for the downrange, and we barely made it we didn't even make it to 300. Let's early. All right. Let's see what technology we just unlocked. 142 kilometers. It was 141. Oh. That makes me think we should push this out. I don't think we have the unlock for that yet. So what did we unlock here? Did we unlock any new science? No. Did we unlock any new engines? engine are we using? Oh, the procedural SRB, that's right. Ooh. The RD100, you say? 307 kilonewtons. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Does cost 5,000. The RD100, you say? This might be the new big boss once we're done with this. All right. I want to take that. Oh, I hate that feature. I want to take the length down a little bit again. Let's just do it at 6. We're not going to do a test, though. We should, but I'm not going to. Alright, get rid of that. Modify launch complex. 2, 2, and 10. Modify. And then show management, plans. Add to plans. Oh, it's not launching from the runway, you silly ass. Alright, close that. Let's exit here. Construction. Alright, so go back in here now. Engine plates, why not start from the top? I mean, lift the entire thing up. Big boy firework needed, let's build it. We will, we will. I'm thinking this will do the contract, though. Alright, so... this one? No. Management, that's what I need. Plan. Plans? Plan. Push that out. Alright. So then if we go back out here, I don't think I had to go into the VAB to do that, now that I think about it. Warp to completion. Rollout. Warp to completion. Looks like we're doing... Nope. You know what? We're not doing a night launch. It's the last launch of today's stream. You guys deserve a day launch. Okay. Launch. Here we go! Engine plates. I'm not sure. We'd have to check. Alright. Triple check our staging. Everything looks Gucci. I guess there's nothing to it but to do it. I need this. I don't think we're gonna make 140. Nope. That's all right. We're still going to get the science from this. We're still going to gather quite a bit of science. I've been setting them at 500%. I realized recently that we can set ejection force fairings higher than 100. Oh my lord. Just back from the dishes and laundry, and you have parachutes. I missed a lot. How do you genuinely learn to play this game? A lot of trial and error. Bye, San. A lot of trial and error. It's many hours of, well, that didn't work. Let's try this. Well, that didn't work. Let's try that. Let's make it bigger. Well, making it bigger made it worse. What if I make it smaller, Giggity? That's what she said. It's a lot of just back and forth, trial and error. Don't forget patience. Patience is the key. Then another thing you can do is the Kerbal community is fantastic. If you look up how to blank in Kerbal, like put anything, you'll find tutorial videos. I promise, because that's how I had to learn how to do a few things. And then the other thing is if you have the ability to do live streams, you can learn a ton from having people come in and be like, hey, push this button instead of that button. Hey, try doing it this way instead of that way. And some of the basic knowledge of physics does help. Shedsy has a valid point. By the way, since we have so many new people sweeping in, if you're dropping in for the very first time, welcome to Kerbal Space Program, the RP1 mod pack, making Kerbal, that we all know and love, a more realistic experience. If you find anything you like in the stream, make sure you hit the thumbs up button to support the Kerbals in their endeavor to reach the stars and save the solar bears and the space whales. If you decide you want to come back, I have OBS so I can record KSP, but there's zero audio. That's not so bad. You can work around that. What's wrong with your audio? I can help you with that. Do you not have a mic? And yes, I'm so sorry, guys. This is going to take absolutely forever because we are falling at 1.4 meters per second. Yes, I agree with Shedsy. I don't have a mic. So what you should do is you can still go live. Now, one of the cool things about Kerbal is that there is lots of opportunity to sit back away from the controls and type. If you have a dual monitor or a cell phone or a tablet, I would recommend going live and making your title something to the effect of, "Can anyone help me learn this game?" And as your people come in, just type to them. It's not the ideal way. Oh, okay. I can help walk you through that too. Let me let this land and I'll show you how to fix that. Because my PC does the same thing. So anytime you unplug or change your headset or microphone, it kind of doesn't like it. All right. Normal recovery. Hey, that's the first vessel we've recovered in RP1. And we got it. And look, we saved some part money. Happy days. Alright, so real quick, what you got to do is open up your Windows tab and go to Settings. You go to System, you go to Sound, and you make sure that your default settings are where your microphone's at. You can even see and test it if it has more than one thing. And you can change your input and output devices and stuff like that, but you just have to make sure. So like right here, the Odyssey G40B is my monitor. My monitor doesn't have any speakers. So for some reason, the PC still thinks that my Odyssey has speakers, and it doesn't. So I have to change it to the Realtek audio default device. And then the same with the microphone, because sometimes it'll change the microphone to the Odyssey, and the Odyssey doesn't have a microphone. So sometimes I have to change that back. And then if I go here, you can also do this. This is my setup currently for streams and recording. I have one audio path for desktop audio and one audio path for the microphone audio. And then my only screen is my my right screen, my primary monitor. So I have two monitors, so that means I can take it and do this. Like, I'm switching it back and forth between the two screens. So that way, on my left monitor, I typically have chat, OBS, and Discord open. And then on this monitor is just the game. I have well over 1,000 hours in KSP. There are people out there that have far more. Watch their vids. There's a lot of vids. Screen matrix. Oh, yeah, you're talking about this. Look into the matrix. It will consume you, Tweaky. Stare into it. You know what? Let's make it full screen. There you go. I have stared into the abyss. Matt Lown off the top of my head. Scott Manley's up there too, Shedsy. And then there's that one guy, that Apollo guy. I don't know what his name is. He sounds stupid, but sometimes he does smart things. Alright, let's see where we sit with this now. We have 5.9 science. I want to see what our staffing is. We don't have staffing. Okay. Before we shut down for the day, I want to see... Yeah, we have to get up to 140 kilometers. What time is it? Do I have time to mess around with this more? I have 10 minutes. Yes, Carnasa. There's a lot of good people out there. There's a lot of good people out there that do KSP content. And there's a lot of good how-to videos. Alright, so we have a new one. So for the new one, we're going to start with our sounding payload, our avionics core. For fuel tanks, let's do the procedural tank. Now for the engines, there's a couple things I want to try. First, let's put this on here. So that's not getting us a whole lot. I'd rather just wait until the U2000 is done, because I don't want to waste $1,000, because this is not much better. The thrust is 12.7 and that's 17. It is a little bit better. Specific impulse is 205 or 206.5. It's the same mass, and we're getting 4 seconds of extra burn time. But if I wait, our mass is reduced 0.015 to 0.13. Our burn time is increased. Our thrust 18.6 is increased a good number. 205, and our ISP isn't. But so if I wait for the U2000, our thrust is 19.6. But if we switch to this, I think this is the best way to go. Let's wait to purchase it, though. Let's build this rocket real quick. Apollo here is a pretty good too. He's struggling since changing to PC. But yeah. I was way better on console. I was more skilled on console than I am on PC. And honestly, if I was to switch back to regular KSP, I think I would do myself a favor in that. But that's just not as fun. Alright, let's see, science payload, early film camera. I don't want that on top, I want that on bottom. So, let's increase the diameter. To about there. So I can do it better. What's the diameter here? 1.25. Let's just do it the easy way. 1.25. Okay, so we have 1.25. We have the early film camera, but now this has to be recovered as well. But that's okay. Oops. Okay, so yeah. Shape, we want a smooth cone. Length, we'll put the length up a little bit. Put the and then length. It needs to be very pointy. Very, very pointy. Alright. Next thing we need. I want to investigate the procedural parachutes for this. Is this 1.25? It is. That fits rather nicely. So what we're going to try... Diameter 1.25, nice and easy. I don't know what this impulse is. I don't know what that is actually, but we're going to use it. So we have built-in parachutes this time. We have a film camera. Show parachute editor. Main chutes. We don't need 5 spare chutes. I don't know, like, we need 1. I don't know why that's a thing. Maybe do triple shoot. Alright, apply settings. Wait, what did it say? Okay, I had to make sure it said succeeded. Alright. Now we need to adjust the core. We'll do the core here. That's an ungodly amount of electricity. What, electrical charge. 2,000 hours of electricity is a little much. Let's do about 150. Apply and preserve dimensions. So what does that give us now? Hold on, we have to change something. Actually, we can go change this. Alright. Fill for that engine. Yes. Now. Enter. We need to... I need to see if this is a pressure... Ignition remaining... Propellant's nominal... Is it a high pressure... engine? Does this require high pressurization? It's important that if an engine requires it, come on. Subject ground support, burn time propellants, alternate configurations. Ooh, we get some gimbaling. Oh. Does it need high pressure? It doesn't say. So hold on. I know... Where does it say the tanks? Pressure-fed engine. Okay. Pump-fed engine, so I don't think this needs high-pressure tanks. That's nice. So does that mean... Tank type... Usually it has it right on here if it's a high pressure tank or not. Alright, let's do this so we can get a look at the delta V numbers, right? Oh! Oh, we can have fun with this. We could have fun with this. Engine GUI. Oh, that's the... I don't want that. I don't think it needs high pressure tanks. You know what we can do to find out? Even though I said I needed to be done, you guys know I lie. I lied. You could put in a spacer unit with a decoupler, sacrifice ship for entry. Clouderman everyday, astronaut, raise, yes. All have KSP content, varying degree of help. I think the biggest help for me was Matt Lown and Mike Aben. That was the biggest, the two that helped me the most. Where is what I'm looking for? Mean time between failures. We're waiting for this number to drop. But it's also, hold on, let's restart. Mike Aben brought me everything I needed to know. Yes. Mike Aben is a fantastic source of information. Highly recommended. Alright, so. There we go. Now we're getting full thrust. I didn't trust that last test because it was already failed at the start. So I need to know how many seconds this runtime is before this number starts dropping. There it is. So, at about 80 seconds of burn time. Now let's see how long we can go before it drops. There we go. Now it's dropping fast. So we can get away with between 80 and 90 seconds of burn time. The only thing that Matt Lown I learned from Matt Lown method of docking, yes. What? I think I hold Apollo back more than help. Nah. Alright. So before we get going too far... Let's fin this girl up. No, stop with that shit, Kerbal. Oh, I'm gonna hot dog smack you, Kerbal. There. Now, Jay. Actually, I want to turn this on and this on and this on. So actually we need this to be gone. There we go. Okay. Now, J. That's really nice. Alright, thickness at the top, we'll take that down to about 0.010 or 18. 10. I like the 10. And then no. I want that back down. What if I... Screw it. There we go. That's a much better. I think it's a good thing when all three of those bubbles are in the same spot. Lazy painter? Some of those mods don't play nice with each other. So if I spent, I don't even know how long. I think a full day, 2 full days trying to get the mod pack to work. It was not a friendly process. I'll tell you that. Alright, so now, since we're this far, let's get our gold and red on. So, can I... Wait a minute. Where was it? Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Red and gold. Decal gold. Decal gold. I like it. Second. Maybe. Where's the black one? Actually, I think black works for that. It separates, I think it separates the red and the gold nicely. Alright, now this one. Recoloring GUI. This one. This needs to be... Actually, this should probably be the gold, eh? And then... I don't know where that's actually changing anything. hate that. Oh wait, we need all the reds. There we go. Now she's looking a little bit more professional. We can't recolor that, unfortunately. Recoloring GUI. And then gold. And then gold. Is there a recoloring GUI on the engine? Oh, ew, no. I don't think you can recolor the engines. Alright, that's fine. Alright. So, what did we want to name this one, Luke? I am about to land on the Mon. Yeah! The Jericho. That's right. Jericho. Jericho. Mark 1. Save. Simulate. Simulate. Alright. Throttle up. Well, that didn't work. Restart simulation. Alright, let's do it the old-fashioned way. Throttle up. Much better. You know, I never put science in this either. But this is more of a stability test anyway. Look at that. And I think we even have room for more fuel. So hold on. I know no one saw that. Take two. Yeah, no one saw that. No one saw a thing. And if you think you saw something, mind your business. Alright. First, before I forget again, we need to configure science. Thermometer. Barometer. Okay, science is configured. Oh yeah, what was my burn time? So yeah, so we can do that. And I think those numbers still look good. So let's save it. But before we go in, I want to see if I can't get those balls to match back up again, is what she said. So let's do J. Whoops. I think that's pretty good. So we'll save it. We have science. I hope we have enough power. What do we have for power? We have 150. So we should be good. What's our delta V? 2 point. Yeah, I think we're good. Let's save, simulate. You could add front fins. The front fins would probably... I was thinking maybe trying to add fins all the way up to about here. But every time I try something like that, it throws the stability off. Let's let the engine spool up. Alright, let's see how she does. Yeah, we have 47 minutes of electricity. We could even cut that electricity down to 30 minutes, I think. Like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, somewhere in there. Engine failure. Even with an engine failure. Fucking engine failure. No, I didn't want to go to editor. Crap! Porcupine fins. Do it. Well, at least one try. Alright. I'm just proud of myself that we have figured out the stability. If we can get all three of those balls lined up, giggity, she is a stable flight. I also forgot to set these up. Alright, so we have full throttle. We let it fire up. We release. Come on, go baby, go. And I do like doing these tests with more electricity because it makes it heavier. So if we lighten it up a little bit, it can only go farther. Not quite to 140. But are we getting photography yet? We are getting photography. So let's see. Holy science. Holy science is right. And this is going to be our last simulation of the day, guys. So, I do appreciate everybody for coming out, hanging out, learning with me. Thank you to all the new subscribers that have been popping in lately. I don't know everybody. I need to figure out how to do that, but YouTube does not show us every subscriber. So if you're brand new, I appreciate you. Make sure you keep an eye out on the playlists. We do upload other videos throughout the week. Right now, we are scrubbing all of the videos we have from the PS5. And then once those videos are done, we'll do more PC-focused content. Look at that poor thing. I mean, we don't need that no more. Now, is this going to open when it's not the right direction? Whoa, what is that? That is the question. Yes, it does open when it's not the right direction. So I think we have something special here. We're not quite at the 140 kilometer mark. But I don't think we're super far off from having a controllable rocket. And we'll come in at a soft landing of 1.4 meters per second. We can cut the electricity. We might... Oh my goodness, hold on. This is... One last test. Just about to cache on the station. Just don't cache. Let her drift. Yeah, don't crash on the station. Alright, hold on. I want to try something. So let's do... 75 maybe. Simulate. This is the last one. Very last one. Then I gots to go. Oh! Full power. Orbital information. Alright. Engine spool. We have liftoff. We have 23 minutes of electricity, which is more viable. I just want to see what shaving that electricity down did for us. We're so close. We're 20 clicks out. I almost want to add a small SRB between these stages. That'll be for a different day, though, so... Oh, I forgot to turn this on. Stupid me. Alright. Yes, you need to paint flames on it. That always makes it go faster. I wish I could. That would be awesome to be able to freehand paint on these. Now, before I leave... I need to do this because I'm going to keep forgetting. And then save it. Man, I wish there was just something small I could do. Well, hold on. I just want to try. We're not going to save it, but I want to try. Last one. This is the for real last one. Like, all those other last ones were just practice last ones. This one is the really for reals, realsies last one. Spool the engine. Huge SRB. So close. I think what we'll do next time is we'll experiment and see if we can't fit a small SRB. So that way we decouple and have another oomph forward. I mean, we do have Victor von Braun as our administrator. And I'm pretty sure... Was it Victor von Braun that invented staging rockets? I want to say it was Victor von Braun that invented that. "17 minutes of electricity." All those are done. We could probably take those out and save quite a bit of weight too. Not a lot, but a little. Alright guys, we're going to call it at that. We're going to save it. Well, honestly, the one that we just built was about the... I mean, we could go a little bigger for the dart that we made. But we're going to leave it here for now, actually. Because I'm going to forget. So not only does that increase the amount of electricity we'll get, it also decreases the weight by a small, tiny amount. So this is the Jericho. For your consideration, the Jericho. Excuse me. But with that, we're going to wrap it up. See you on the flip side, Luke. Thank you, Shedzy. Thank you, Laser. Everybody who came in. Big love. We're going to hit F5 for the last time. Save it. We have lots to do on the next stream. So keep your eyes open. Join me on the next one. I hope to see you there. But until then, have a good week. You thought I was going to say bye-bye.